Okay. Again, it's this new camera framing that I'm getting used to. Need to scoot over. Okay, good. How are you all doing? I have a feeling, or at least I hope, it might not be live, but this will be a well-watched show. Because it's very educational, and I hope to make it very entertaining. And in order to make it as entertaining as possible, I've already been out to dinner and have had 2 martinis and asked for Wayne to bring me down a glass of wine because bylaws are always better when a little drunk. I don't mean that seriously, people who are going to clip this out and put it on Wikipedia, like the sneaky, not honest actors you are. Not any of you guys who are in my chat. It's for the people who watch and boost my algorithm, thank you, and then go and lie about it. But that being said, that also explains why I'm in a suit. Let me tell you why. Ooh, and somebody, by the way, Ryan 4B should have tripped something for you. We'll talk about it. I'm in a suit because I had an interview tonight for a public office appointed position background thing in Colorado. So, despite the pink hair with a bunch of conservatives, you still have to look your best, right? I didn't have time to put on makeup, unfortunately, because I was dealing with some other stuff behind the scenes. Such is life. I've interviewed for this position before. My libertarian positions are very well known, and I'm more than qualified for it. It's a historical preservation position. Like, come on. But politics are gonna politics. It's a different group this time, so hopefully I'll get the position. It's very, not very much decision making, and it just has to do with historical preservation. There are decisions, let me put it this way, final decisions. There are some, but it's historical preservation. And when I was interviewed, they asked me, how do you reconcile modern development with preserving historical sites? And everything I said to them had to do with voluntarily convincing the community and the property owners that preserving our history is worth it for us and other people's children, because I don't have children, but I said us and our children. I said people always resent being forced by the state, and I believe most people care about heritage, and that's the way you do it. Perfectly libertarian answer. So we'll see. It's a position I want. However, if I do get elected to town council, because I am running, I'll have to resign it. However, they appoint a town council liaison to the committee, which if I got elected, I probably would get appointed that. And here is my whine. You got to come on video and say, hi, Wayne. And then everyone's going to tell you to shut the door.
Hi, Wayne. And we have no door here, so there's no door to shut.
And I fixed the continuous autofocus thing, by the way. Hopefully I'm not blurry this whole time.
Well, yeah, that was one time.
Yeah, we'll see. But let me know. All right, bye-bye. By the way, while Wayne's walking away, if you're wondering why the thing's jumping, it's because we are in the basement. And people have freaked out before when I showed pictures of our basement. This is going to be a long stream, and if you don't like my rambling, well, this probably isn't the channel for you because I ramble. People have freaked out when they've looked at my basement before because we have a wooden floor in our basement, not cement. And that freaks people out, let me tell you why. And that's why when people walk, it makes my camera jump because it's a wood floor that's floating. And here's the reason. There's expansive soils in certain areas of Colorado. If you don't have a wood floor, your basement will crack. So that's why we have a wood floor in our basement, because of expansive soils. Now you learn some architecture, which, by the way, is very much a passion of mine as well, but it kind of ties into history, doesn't it? And good evening, everyone. I'm not a red wine type of person. I like sweet wines, though I'm starting to develop a taste for red wine. And I didn't like wine till relatively recently. I like it because it keeps you a little tipsy, but it doesn't make you drunk. I don't like being drunk. Okay, we're going to get started. I'm going to give a lot of introductory material, but that's relevant. Right there, you see my campaign link. Let me reveal something without giving you details. Probably shouldn't. That campaign link can also be personal, and that's going to tie into what I'm going to tell you without giving too many details. As some of my friends know, including some friends in chat tonight, I have a little bit of a medical crisis going on right now. So far, it's nothing of great concern. It's nothing that's going to keep me from Reno. A lot of it has to do that I'm a woman of a certain vintage, and I don't take great care of myself. And usually it takes a health scare to make you start taking care of yourself. But part of me not taking care of myself very well has a lot to do with my autism, because I have, the way my autism manifests mostly is sensory amplification. So that means really, really picky about food. Other autists in the audience will be like saying, "Preach it, sister." So there's been times in my life for a month I would eat nothing but bacon, which isn't the healthiest thing, but it's better than not eating at all. So I don't take the greatest care of myself. Some of that can change. I can exercise, but some of it, my diet's not going to change. It's just not. I can try to do better, take more supplements, but it's not. This is a lead up to say, tomorrow I'm going for a certain absolutely necessary diagnostic procedure. I do not have insurance. That's a problem. I don't know how much it's going to cost yet. So, how do I even segue here? That link below is my campaign link. However, campaign donations going to that can help me pay for my hotel room. And if I don't have to pay for my hotel room, then that money can go to my medical procedure. And what's weird, I see Tyler talks about the carnivore diet. What's interesting, for a while, I wouldn't eat meat. All I would eat was carbs. Now, ever since COVID, for some reason, I can't stand carbs. When we went out tonight, I had a appetizer bowl, because I've lost 20 pounds, by the way, since COVID. Most of you have seen me in t-shirts on my videos. If you watch closely, you'll notice, because you notice weight loss in my arms, most of all, I look like a skeleton. I've got really weird gangly arms, so weight loss shows in my arms before it shows anywhere else. I know that's weird. But anyways, I don't even know where I was going. So now I don't eat carbs. But go look at my last videos in a t-shirt from earlier today and you'll go, "Oh my God, yeah, I can see. Your arms are a lot more Skeletor." I don't mind discussing my weight. I went down from between 160 and 164 pounds is because I'm tall. And I've got junk in the trunk. And I've got big boobs. What I varied between. And I'm now at 144. That's really, really low for me. 150 is a very good weight for me. I was too fat before, so I'm happy that I lost weight, but not the way I lost it. So I'd like to maintain it in a healthy way and maybe gain 5 pounds. 150 is a good weight for me. 144 is not sustainable. It's too little. I'm very tall. And again, very curvy. So, these things probably weigh, 8 pounds in themselves in the ass as well. Just saying. So don't judge me for the 164. On a lot of less curvy women, 164, you'd be really fat. I don't think anyone ever thought I was really fat. Not that there's anything wrong with that. If you're fat and you love it, you go. Go with your bad self. Not my business. I prefer being on the thinner side. I think I look better and I feel better. And it puts a little bounce on my step and makes my boobs jiggle. And there's no downside to that. Okay, that's got really off topic. So in other words, if you help me through my campaign, it frees up money that wasn't originally for campaign, like my hotel and my pet sitter, because I have 2 parrots and I have 2 dogs. They're all rescues. Rescues do not do well in boarding kennel situations because they already have huge abandonment issues, and we will not do that to them. So we have someone coming to our house to take care of the birds and the dogs. One of our dogs would be fine in a kennel, but the other one I think wouldn't ever recover from the mental anguish of being in a kennel. Big abandonment issues. Same thing with one of my birds, who's psychotic, not in a bad, well, it is in a bad way, but God, I'm really going way off topic. I have a bird that during the last financial recession, I lived in Florida, and breeders couldn't sell birds. A parrot is a luxury. And they let, common in Florida, they let their inventory just fly loose because parrots can live in the wild in Florida. There's flocks of wild parrots in South Florida. They're not real, but there's flocks of them. And the bird that I have now, Milo, who not named after Milo Yiannopoulos, by the way. I told the story before about how I got his name. But he was one of those birds that was let loose by a breeder as a fledgling, which means he was barely able to fly. He wasn't ready. And I don't know what happened, but he broke his wing. And he was found in a field by somebody long enough for the broken wing to necrose. So it had to be, half of it had to be amputated. This bird has psychological issues from all of this. And there is no way I would ever put him, like, he does okay with boarding. That's probably the wrong thing. He's been boarded before, but I try to put this bird through the littlest trauma as possible because he's very damaged. He's picked all his feathers out. He's very psychologically damaged. And the only person he likes is me. He can't stand Wayne. You don't even want to know what Wayne calls him. But he loves me. One of my dogs is fine. The other dog has had a hard life in which he'd been kenneled almost his whole life. Not kenneled as in a professional kennel. Kenneled like kept in a, you know, what people do in their homes when they're gone in the daytime. But he was like in that kennel almost his whole life. And is starved for affection. And when I leave for a weekend, he's traumatized. Even with Wayne here. Like, I would never, if I can avoid it, I'd never board him. He's an older dog. He's not going to change. So that's, anyway, that was a long story to say, please help my campaign. Plus, super chats matter. I am going to whore, and there was a super chat earlier, and I missed it. Thank you, because that does go to help me. Thank you, Dave. And when I know more about what's going on with me, I will talk about it publicly. I always overshare. Right now, I don't know, so I just don't want to. And to be honest with you, not knowing has weighed upon me very heavily. So I'm dealing with a lot of worry right now. Nothing contagious, nothing that's going to keep me from Reno. But it could be something that gives me problems longer term from now. But whatever I need to do, I'll take care of it. I'm not dying or anything like that. Okay, now let's get on to the subject of this show. I need a drink of wine. As I said, I've already had 2 martinis, so I got a good head start. Super chats matter. All the super chats. Oh my God. Thank you, Finagle Files. I was kind of joking. And I mean, I was serious, but joking. You guys know this isn't a pay to play channel, but my heart does appreciate all the super chats. We're going to take the bylaws survey together today. I just opened the email to make sure it would open, but I haven't looked at the survey. I'm going to do that with you. There's a reason for that. I could have taken it and then just told you what I decided. I already know 2 of the proposals. Well, 1 proposal with 3 parts, let's put it that way, that I've looked at in depth ahead of time, that metaphorically, because people take me out of context, needs to die screaming in a fire for its mother. That just demonetized the show, by the way, because YouTube, like Facebook, doesn't understand context, and that bylaws proposals literally cannot die and do not have a mother. So the super chats really do matter now, because I can't have ads on this video. Yeah, bylies. Some of them are bylies. We're going to start calling them that. So, I wanted you to see my initial reaction and observe and participate in me working through the proposal to decide how I was going to answer the survey. I think there is great value in seeing the thought process of a baby, of a parliamentarian, of a baby. Somebody's going to clip that out. I forgot to say parliamentarian first. Of a parliamentarian who actually passed the test, but I am a baby parliamentarian. And there are parliamentarians, at least one in chat, that knows a hell of a lot more than me that may disagree. But I thought it would be valuable to you to see my thought and hear my thought process, though it can be very frightening inside my head sometimes. Now, there's some introductory comments that need to happen, which you may or may not disagree with. I mean, well, I guess that means the same thing as may or may not agree with. It's just wording it really weird because I'm a little tipsy. Remember that show where I did the drinking game, where every time Bob Barr was mentioned in an issue of LP News, because I had that little Bob Barr shot glass, and I was wrecked by the end of it. Babar! Anyway, some introductory stuff. And I know you guys have got to remind me of anything I forget. The Bylaws Committee, and there's no bad faith here. Let me get that up right out front because of the LNC member who keeps slandering me, saying that anytime I disagree with anyone, that I always jump to the worst possible motivation, which is a lie. And that person knows it's a lie. It's just that I don't trust them. And usually when it comes to them, I do jump to usually the worst possible motivation for a good reason. An evolutionary reason that's been put in our brain. When a certain pattern repeats itself, you learn to trust that pattern. That's how the human race has survived. Sometimes your instinct will be wrong because of that, but it's a survival instinct. But I don't always jump to to the worst possible presumption of motive. In this case, I'm going to say a lot of bad things about this survey's methodology. But none of them, do I believe, were in bad faith. Sorry if that's inconvenient to some people. Not sorry. By sorry, I mean absolutely not sorry. Got a little itch in my eye. Methodology. This Bylaws Committee survey, unlike the Platform Committee survey, was sent only, allegedly, well, allegedly is the wrong way because it makes it sound like I'm saying it was sent to people. Back that up. It was sent only to people who were delegates or alternates. And they used the CRM of National to do that. I do not believe it got sent to anyone who wasn't a delegate or alternate. That's why that allegedly was kind of weird. However, there is a shit ton now of people who have written me who are a delegate or an alternate who said they didn't get the survey. So I inquired of a bylaws committee member, including my husband, by the way. He didn't get the survey. He's the state fucking chair of Colorado. He's the delegation chair. And he didn't get the survey. I did. He didn't. And yes, he's on the delegate list because he submitted the delegate list. So let's talk about this methodology and how to fix it if you didn't get a survey. Allegedly. Not you didn't allegedly get a survey. How to allegedly fix it. Until it happens, I don't believe it. Because right now, the dirty secret behind the scenes at National is the CRM has a lot of problems right now. And while I'm going to say it a million times, there was absolutely no bad faith here. None. Maybe some lack of judgment. Doing the survey through the CRM was not ready for prime time. There is a lot of problems with the CRM. That's why credentialing is having issues. And everyone knows this. I don't know why they went forward. The survey should have been done the same way the platform committee did it. Through SurveyMonkey. And we'll talk about the differences. It was done through the CRM. The CRM has problems. And so many people are writing me that they didn't get the survey that honestly, even if the results are what I like, but I think this decision should be made before looking at the results so that the decision isn't made because somebody on the bylaws committee doesn't like the results. I actually think the bylaws committee should just scrap it. But not if they've already seen results. Because you can't remove that knowledge from your brain. CRM means, I believe, it means, I've heard different things, mostly customer relationship manager. So it's the database that National uses. We use a program at National. I keep saying we. Well, I am a National member, but not the kind of problems I'm going to talk about, JJ. SurveyMonkey does have problems, as you and I joked about earlier. I understand the reasoning, Chuck. That's why I said there's no bad faith. But I'm going to tell you how the platform committee handled that. And Chuck, you wouldn't have had to reinvent the wheel because I think you would have agreed with the way the platform committee set it up, SurveyMonkey. You could have used National SurveyMonkeys, and you could have used everything that I spent hours setting up and just put in bylaws proposals instead of platform proposals. And actually, it's not too late. Because if you heard the complaints I'm hearing, and again, I'm going to say for a millionth time, there's no bad faith on the part of the bylaws committee here. None, in my opinion. Come to your own conclusions. But you know how suspicious I am. So a lot of people didn't get the survey. Ken did post possible solutions, both. And I say possible because I haven't seen them work yet. Both on the LNC list. He asked me to spread the word. And everywhere on Facebook. But let me tell you a reality. Facebook is boomer. Most of our younger delegates are using various private Discord groups. Most of our delegates would rather gouge their eyes out than go to the cesspool hellholes that are the delegate groups on Facebook. They're horrible. So I agreed to use my platform here to help spread the word. There is a way. Okay, let me talk about why you may not have gotten the survey, which is problematic in of itself. And honestly, not that I think there was bad faith, the Bylaws Committee should have considered this. If you opted out of National Party emails, you will not get the survey. Okay. Who's the type of person who would have opted out of National Party emails? People who have been disgusted with the National Party for the past 2 years and are distrustful of national committees, including the Platform Committee, which is a committee I chair. And we're painfully aware of that on the Platform Committee and the Bylaws Committee. So, inadvertently, the Bylaws Committee just narrowed down the type of people that will get their survey. And the type of people they unintentionally filtered out are critical people. People who don't trust or like the National Party right now, including its committees, deserved or undeserved. That alone should make you throw out the data before you look at it. That can be fixed if people know the solution. What you need to do, anyone out there, I need to grab the link from Ken. Shit, it's on my phone. Ken posted this on the LNC list, so I'm going to pull up that email so everyone could get the link. But what you need to do is go to lp.org, and I'll get you the exact link, and sign up as a member again, not a dues payer, but just a pledge signer. Sign the pledge. There's another problem here, Chuck, that I'm sure you just realized. Sign the pledge. Opt into national emails. And when the Bylaws Committee is going to send a follow-up email, you will get that one. Once you get it, you can opt out again. So you don't get the terrible emails from National. But I'd encourage you to stay opted in because National is going to change very soon. Chuck, tell me if I'm mistaken, but the way I understood Ken is that you had to sign up, you had to re-sign up for national emails, and the only way you could do that is to sign up as a pledge signer. Now, to be a delegate, you're not required to be a national member. And I disagree with Chuck here. I do think you should have to be a national member. But that's not the rule right now. And the reason why Chuck believes, and I hope I represent you properly, please put in chat if you don't, and I'll read it because I want to represent you properly. The reason Chuck doesn't believe you should have to be a national member is in order to be a national member, you have to sign the membership pledge. Chuck believes the national membership pledge absolutely entails anarchism. I don't agree. And he doesn't think that someone should have to sign a pledge that amounts to an anarchist pledge to join the party, particularly since the party welcomes people from all walks, not just anarchists. Chuck, I expect you to defend your methodology. I ask you, just as I did with the JC appeal, to maybe step back for a minute and listen to me with an open heart. though I will go through each of your points because I do want to fairly represent the Bylaws Committee, particularly since I absolutely believe there was no bad faith. So already, there are going to be people who never get the survey, who will never see any of these Facebook posts, who aren't masochists enough to read the L&C list, and who do not watch my show because they don't have 3 hours to listen to a show, who will never know that they can fix this, or who maybe don't want to sign the pledge. Purposely creating a survey method that will exclude certain delegates is wrong. I don't care if the survey is of limited value. Second problem, it's only to the delegates that are reported. Our bylaws say that the state chairs only have to submit before a certain date 1 delegate that lives in their state. State chairs, whether or not you agree with why, could they be lazy? Yeah. Could they have a strategy? Yeah. Could they just be a jerk? Yeah. Doesn't matter. They have a bylaws right to not submit their delegate list until I think it's the day before convention. But in other words, it's right before convention. If you happen to live in one of those states, and there is such a state, and I'm not going to say their name because it's not necessary. I'm not done telling you the problems, Chuck. I'm getting to them. I have a list, but I do appreciate you bringing that up. Because let me be honest, that is not a problem I was going to say. So you're right, though just let me assure you I'm not done talking about problems. So there's at least one state whose and it's a big state, whose delegates haven't been submitted yet. None of them are going to get the survey, nor can they do the step I just said before to get it. And their state chair has every single right under our bylaws to wait. So, you've just now punished delegates because of something their state chair is doing. They matter. All delegates matter. So do all super chats. Another problem. This is a philosophical problem. I'm trying to think of the right way to word this. We had this debate on platform committee. Do we only care about the opinions of delegates? Philosophically, I find that I think it is it might be Adam. I think I know what state you're in. If you put it in chat, I'll let you know privately if that's the case. I'm not calling out any states here because they have every right to do what they're doing. And I don't shame people for exercising their rights. I will, though, deny ones that I don't know about. That's not the state I'm talking about, Adam. It could, this very same issue could exist there, but that's not the state I'm thinking about. So let's you and I investigate offline why you didn't get the survey. Paul? Oh, you're talking to Justin. Never mind. I thought you were talking to me. I was going to say that is something I would gladly talk about as an anarchist in another show. Short answer, yes. Where was I at? Okay, so the philosophical thing. Should we only care about the opinions of delegates? I'm prone to hyperbole, so I'm trying to think of another word. This is the only word I can think of. Blame the alcohol. just know that I don't mean it quite this strongly, but it's the only word I can come up with. I'm not trying to insinuate that people who disagree with me aren't in good faith. But I find that idea abhorrent. But little less strongly than that word, but I can't come up with the right one. The bylaws, even more than the platform, affect every single member of this party. And we should get all of their opinions. And that's what we decided on platform. Distasteful, much better. Thank you. What will and will not pass doesn't matter. What that means is, even if people didn't take it to its logical conclusion, is that who cares if everyone else in the party doesn't like it? If we can get it passed, that's all that matters. The platform committee asked on its survey, are you a delegate or do you believe? That was a joke, Amanda, about the act of aggression. It's a joke having to do with Massachusetts. It's an inside joke, so I understand why you're confused. I forgot. The platform committee asked on its survey, are you now a delegate from your state or alternate? Or do you expect to be? Because it was sent out earlier. Of course, people can lie.
Objection, speculative.
I'm not telling you to do this, but I'm also not telling you to do this. And you'll probably get thrown out of the convention hall. But I will die if somebody says that at convention. Don't do that. Because, if I literally die, whatever. I'll answer your objection at the end, Chuck. Just wanted you to note that I saw it. To me, ethically, it matters. Let's just pretend, and I said this earlier, that the platform committee knew that the delegations, for some reason, were unrepresentative of the party as a whole, kind of like the Portland Massacre. And that a proposal to build a wall on the southern border would pass. Does that make it ethical to do it because we knew it would pass? Even though we knew the rest of the party would oppose it. Now, that is an extreme example. And I think anyone would know most of the party would oppose that. But on less extreme examples, you don't know. And you should want to, in my opinion. The bylaws affect everybody, and you should want to know their opinion. Just taking into consideration what will pass to decide which proposals should be deleted is not right. However, taking into consideration which ones have the most support. Okay, step 1. Does the general party support this? Okay, yes. Step 2. What order should we put it in our report? That's when you look at what the delegates think. It has to pass the first hurdle first, or you are not respecting the entire membership of this party. And I can tell you, someone who shall remain unnamed, who I think didn't think this through, and I got very angry, and it's a friend, said to me, The reason to send it to delegates is because the party belongs to who shows up. That's true in one sense and not in another. Are you saying that the party only belongs to the artificially limited 1,040-something people who get to be delegates? There are plenty of people who wanted to be delegates who could not because delegate seats are limited, yo. So while that statement is perfectly true in a lot of context, such as Colorado, where if you're a member, you could come to state convention and vote. There's no artificial cap. There's no floor fee. There's nothing like that. But that statement only applies in a limited sense to the National Convention, I mean. Because the party does not only belong to the 1,050 people who show up. There's some sense in which that's true, and there's another sense in which it's not. And one sense in which it's not is in getting an opinion survey of bylaws that will govern everybody. No, Chuck, I don't. But I do think you should care about their opinion. Because we have limited delegates, I believe members need to count on the committees to take everyone's feedback into consideration when it's submitted to delegates. Also, I do not believe in secret votes of delegates. So that those delegates, if they vote in a way that doesn't represent their state, can be held accountable. That's required in Colorado, by the way. But we put that in our bylaws. It isn't, you either take an email vote of everybody or you just send a survey to delegates. That is not the only two options. That's what you call the horns of a false dilemma, which is a logical fallacy. So while there is a trade-off with the platform committee report, people could lie. They could say they're going to be a delegate when they're not. They could also forward the link to people who aren't even party members. Though there are some tools in SurveyMonkey, and they could spam the survey. But what's more worth it? Artificially limiting your responses or risking what we risked? It is a trade-off. Neither way is perfect. I think the platform committee's way is better. And there's certain protections in SurveyMonkey to keep from spamming, but it's not perfect. And the survey responses minus personally identifying information for the platform committee survey is public. You can go on LPD and look at it. Chuck, I absolutely disagree with you. And I don't even think, whatever, we'll just disagree. And we'll let people read the comments and decide for themselves. I can tell you, I think the membership is on my side on this one. And if you think number one is true, is composed of people who have the best interests of the party, the thing that is unstated is, and no personal agendas, and vote for proposals they subjectively believe is best for the party, is patently untrue. Some of the people that might be true of, other people it might not be true of. Your platform committee, your bylaws committee chair started a new fucking political party. Well, we will disagree there, Chuck, because I don't think when you start another political party, you have the best interests of the Libertarian Party at heart. Doesn't mean you're a bad person. People who are not completely sold out to the Libertarian Party are not bad people, but they don't have the best interests of the Libertarian Party at heart. That is a patently ridiculous statement. Patently ridiculous. And I do not believe that the person, whose name shall go unmentioned, that started this whole gutting, everything that initiated Proposal 4, doesn't have a personal agenda that has zero to do with the best interests of the party. Do I believe you, Chuck, have the best interests of the party? Yes, even when we disagree. Do I believe Ken Mollman has the best interests of the party? Even when we disagree? Yes. I do not believe that of everyone on that committee, and neither do most of the membership. And I think in your more, whatever, I'm not going to say what your mind thinks. Just like I am very, very biased when it comes to the platform committee, and I'm not the most reliable source because I approve of everything we did, I think you're blinded by the fact that you're on the committee and you're going to be loyal to your tribe. I think if you weren't on the committee, you wouldn't agree with some things you just said. Everyone has bias. And I do think that you believe that, Chuck, but it ain't true. A lot of us believe things that ain't true. Proposal 4 needs to die painfully. If I could torture it on a rack, I would. If I could waterboard it, I would. It is awful. And it's driven by the agenda, whether you've bought into it or not, under different pretenses, by someone who does not, in my opinion, have the best interest of the party at heart. Someone who conspired with Nick Sarwark in 2020 to try to limit Mises' participation. Call it the genetic fallacy. It can be, unless you're right. So, I believe you should care about everyone's opinions. What the platform committee did, which is the methodology I defend. And by the way, I was saying that fucking A, Chuck. I'm going to get to Proposal 4, but come on. The bylaws are already ahead of Roberts. That's what Roberts fucking says. I'm sorry. I've got no patience for patently, it's Dr. Moulton, by the way, James. I believe in giving people titular respect. I know you didn't mean that. And I know some people disagree with that say if you're not a medical doctor, you're not a doctor. I disagree with that. Okay, Hayden, I will. I'm sorry. I respect Chuck so fucking much, and he's one of my dearest friends in this party. If anyone argues that Proposal 4 will somehow put the bylaws ahead of Roberts, they're not telling you all of the facts. I don't want to say they're lying because I don't believe Chuck is lying. There is no argument over the vice chair, Chuck. Ken Mollman's ruling was right. He then begged the LNC to overturn his ruling. And many people on the LNC who overturned his ruling overturned it not because of fucking God, I'm going to so demonetized. Not because of bylaws, but because they wanted to vote somebody else in. Our bylaws are crystal clear, and you're wrong. We'll disagree on that. All I can tell you is a pragmatic argument, Chuck, and has nothing to do with vice chair. And I think you'll actually disagree. You'll actually agree with me on this, even if you don't think I'm right. Most of the party is very angry about what the LNC did to me. Roberts is crystal clear that I deserved due process. I believe the bylaws are as well. But if I couldn't have appealed to Roberts at all, I would have had no chance. A future me will have no chance. And the minute I get up and talk about what happened to me, there's not a chance in hell any of this is passing. And I believe that this is horrible for the party. And if it were to pass, I would spend the rest of my time in this party reversing it, working to reverse it. I would dedicate myself to it. And because it's horrible. It's the death of members' rights. We're going to get to 4. Okay, everyone, I promise, let me get through this, and I will put a pin in Dr. Moulton's comments and get to them at the appropriate time. Thank you. You all don't have to do what I say, but I will always use his title. You do what you want. You do you, boo-boo. It's not aggression. I'm going to ignore that for right now. We disagree in good faith. I've never accused you of bad faith. But thank you for calling me insane. I appreciate it. I'm crazy like a fox. But anyway. So, what the platform committee did, I'm already like half fucking hour into this and haven't started the survey. We'll do that in a minute. And I'm going to stop arguing with comments. We are, Dave. I'm so sorry. But I'm finishing my methodological criticism. Somebody can put in comments the timestamp if anyone doesn't want to hear any of this and can go to when this video is done. So what the platform committee did is sent it to everybody. We used the responses from everyone to determine what proposals to put on the trash heap. We then used the data from self-professed, we're counting on people to be honest, delegates, to order our proposals. To me, that's the way to do it. It honors the general membership and then honors the convention's time by ordering things according to how delegates felt. But you don't even get to step 2 until you see how the general membership feels. That is a philosophical distinction that people of good faith could disagree on. But I bet most people agree with me. Our committees in this party are already set up by our bylaws to be gatekeepers that I don't like. To make them even more of a gatekeeper, I dislike even more. as Chuck kindly brought up, another problem, but this isn't the Bylaws Committee's issue. Well, it is that they shouldn't have used the CRM, but it's more of a general party problem. Because this LNC has driven this party into insolvency by its utter incompetence in the way it treats its members, the CRM is vastly underfunded and maintained and should never have been used for credentialing. We had a perfectly good credentialing program in 2020. It looks old. It looks like welcome to AOL, but it worked. There are LNC candidates now 17 days away from convention that still haven't gotten a delegate list. It's not intentional. Nobody's doing anything dirty. But it doesn't matter because some LNC candidates have gotten it, which means by using the CRM when it wasn't ready, the National Party is privileging certain LNC candidates over others. And in its illegally imposed restrictions on the list that says you can't share it with anybody, means that I can't even share it with another LNC candidate who hasn't gotten it yet. This is ridiculous. This is gross negligence on the part of the LNC, and they need to be held accountable. It's not the fault of the Bylaws Committee, though I think they made a bad decision in using the CRM. It's not the fault of the Credentials Committee, though I think they made a bad decision in using the CRM. The buck stops with the National Party, who has driven us into insolvency. I'm trying to think if there's any other methodological issues. I think I've said enough to say this was not the way to do it. The bylaws, in theory, are much more important than the platform. Amanda, no other LNC member has asked me to share it, so I haven't faced that choice yet. But the reason I can tell you this wasn't deliberate is because the chair of the Credentials Committee does not like me. If this was a deliberate choice, I wouldn't have gotten the list. But I was one of the first people to get the list, which means there's no way in hell this was deliberate. It's not. It's a failure of the system, and I happen to be lucky to get the list first. But yes, Amanda, I allegedly could get in trouble for exercising my rights under the bylaws to do with this list what I damn well please. That is it. I have begged the Credentials Committee chair to bring this to the LNC for a vote. This decision was made unilaterally by her. And the answer I got was, this is how I interpret the bylaws. Well, you are not the ultimate interpreter of the bylaws. And secretaries between conventions are the ones responsible, because this is not just for convention. Someone can ask for these lists 6 months after convention. Secretaries are responsible for doing that. And for the years, I was secretary, even though I still remain, and Alicia Matson was, we never applied those restrictions. Alicia Matson is a PRP. I'm now an RP. The Credentials Committee chair admitted she doesn't even know Roberts. But okay, she knows how to interpret the bylaws better than me or Alicia. Yeah, I don't believe that for a fucking second. She needs to take the weight off of her shoulders and let the LNC vote on it. If the LNC decides to break the bylaws, then it's their fault, and all blame's been taken from her. And members can appeal. But the way it's being done right now, no member can appeal this, and you risk getting in trouble for breaking a non-existent rule. Of course, I was removed for that, but so I guess it's par for course. Now we're going to go to the proposals. I know y'all are thinking, thank God. Somebody put in comments after this show is over, because live chat comments don't go into regular comments, that the actual taking of the survey begins at 1 hour in. But there is a lot of important information in the beginning. I hope you'll agree. Some of it personal. I think most of the important information starts 30 minutes in. I'm a rambler. Okay. Remember to tip through Super Chats, your YouTube host. Okay, comments are going to be off screen while we're going through this. I apologize. Any that are super, super relevant, I will read aloud. So let me figure out how to hide that screen first. I'm old and I have terrible eyesight. Overlays. Okay, they're off. Now we're going to go to share my screen. Okay. You should, and I want you to see me at the same time. Let me see if I can figure that out. Hayden, thank you for the super chat. Keeps me going. Hey, now I got me up here. And I want to make me small, though, because I'm not important. All right. Let's go through this. And it says Karen. My name's Karen Ann, by the way, National Party. You should know that. The National Bylaws Committee sent in a survey to all the national blah, 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 delegates and alternates who have been registered in the system by the state chair. So you're at the mercy of your state chair, who has every right not to register you yet. The survey will help you on the convention floor. Yeah. Okay. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's not. I haven't looked at it. The Bylaws Committee will be using the results of the survey to prioritize their proposals. Perfectly valid. And maybe even eliminating some proposals. That should be never mind, I already talked about that. Taking this survey of the proposals today will save hours for you. You can't promise that. It may. It shouldn't say will. It should say may. Let us know how you feel. I don't know if you really want that, but I will tell you how I feel. And notice this last sentence. Basically, if you've already taken the survey and you change your mind about anything before the deadline, but I hope the deadline stated on the survey because it doesn't say so here. The platform committee intro said the deadline. I'd love to know the deadline. Maybe it's on the survey. So the last person to take it before the deadline, or the last results, you could take it multiple times. The last time, so if you change your mind, just retake the survey. So if you've already taken it and I change your mind, retake the survey. And it doesn't matter whether I've changed your mind to support something that I oppose, and you're just changing your mind because you don't like me and you're going to just go against everything I say. I don't care. You're boosting my algorithm. I don't care why you change your mind. If you've changed your mind, just take the survey again. I am hoping to change your mind if you've already taken it to agree with me, but that might not happen. You've got to do what's best for you and what your conscience says, like I hope all of you did with the platform committee survey. Okay, let's go. Actually, don't. This is personal taste. I think it's tacky to have a contribute link at the bottom of a bylaw survey. taste. That's just my personal taste. And that could be because of my bias right now about how awful the LNC is. I admit it. Okay, let's take the survey. Guys, and you see how many frickin' billion tabs I always have open. Okay, the survey is being completed, is submitted. I got to put on my glasses. I'll probably start leaning into this. I'm probably going to take off this picture of me because I am so blind. I'm going to have to like lean into the screen. I don't want you guys to see that. You'll be able to see right up my nose. So I'm taking me off the screen, and we're going to take this survey. Okay, this survey is being submitted, and I haven't looked at this before. You're getting my contemporaneous. Oh, it has my name already filled in. Okay, and you all already know my email address. There's nothing about like my address, my phone number, or any of that that's secret. So any of you who see that might come up on the screen, don't freak out and go, you just told everyone your address. It's in the show notes of most of my YouTube videos. Because people send me things. And I haven't yet gotten a boiled rabbit or a horse head. Most of the things have been very kind. Thank you. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying that to be disrespectful. I'm just saying that's whatever. Same thing that was in the email. Don't share it unless you want someone else to answer the survey for you. Oh my God, that was such a mistake. You know, people who hate surveys are just going to share this with somebody else. Don't put that idea in their head. Libertarian. Oh my God, that was a bad idea to include that sentence in there. Let me just say up front, even if you agree with me, please do not send me your link. I am not going to take your survey for you. If you can't take it yourself, then just delete the email. Are you a delegate or alternate? I'm a delegate. Okay. I am sorry. That next question, which is required, that's why the asterisk is there, is none of your effing business. But I'll answer it. Is none of your effing business a thing here? Nope. It should be. Or prefer not to answer should be here. Flight booked and confirmed. Which is true. Bylaws proposal 2+3 conventions. This proposal seeks to clarify the convention where we nominate presidential candidates versus those conventions where we do not. This does not create a substantive change. It should say, in the opinion of the Bylaws Committee. Roland, and I am still seeing comments even though you guys aren't. Does the command key, do you mean plus make text bigger? Yes. Is the text too small for you guys? Because I'm seeing the way it should appear. Let me see. Let me know. I'll try to make it. Is that better? Let me know. Okay. Saying it doesn't create a substantive change is an authoritative pronouncement. In your opinion, it doesn't. It probably doesn't. I'm being picky here. Argument against, this is not an important change. Interesting. I'll give you points here, even though I don't agree, because Starchild argued for this. Starchild thought that the platform committee should have included arguments against. You guys did. Starchild will love that. I disagree. The purpose of the committees is to advocate for the changes that are approved by the committee. Which, even though Robert says you don't call the majority report, our bylaws call it the majority report. Okay, Article 10, Convention. Okay, I'm going to need to explain this to people. The reason for it. And rather than, argument against, there should be another thing here that I'll give. Why are we even looking at this? Because a previous bylaws committee and I think it was one that I'm on, so I'm criticizing myself, was sloppy and didn't fix a bunch of things. We used to have in our bylaws provisions for special conventions and regular conventions. And we deleted, and special conventions, as it says here that they're trying to delete, all business required to be conducted at regular conventions shall be conducted at regular conventions only, so that people couldn't do bylaws or elections at special conventions. Special conventions, and the reason why it got deleted is because what they were just special events that the LNC could do anytime, like it did last year for the 50th anniversary. So it really did not belong in the bylaws. But the bylaws committee did not go, it wasn't the same type of special convention that you guys had, Brody. It was just basically an event. The bylaws committee obviously did not go through the bylaws carefully enough when it deleted special conventions to delete all references that had to do with that, which is what this is. That red part, I have no problem with. That should have been deleted before. So I support number, at least so far. However, an amendment from the floor. Since we only have regular conventions, in the title, if we're going to mess with this, we might as well fix it like entirely so we're not dealing with this again. The title should just say conventions. And the first sentence, the word regular, should be deleted. It's redundant. If we're going to spend time on this, can we fix it all now? I'll put that in comments if comments are allowed. B is an addition. A nominating convention is a regular, I wouldn't put regular, in which the nomination of a presidential and vice presidential candidate is on the agenda. In theory, I don't disagree with this. I'd have to look through the bylaws where we mention nominating conventions, but so far I don't have a problem with any of this. Okay. Article 8, Judicial Committee. Okay, this is correct. If, and I'm sure these are tied together. This is a change that I will put that in the comments, Chuck. This is a change, I don't know if I moved it or I just supported it, was that the Judicial Committee gets nominated every 4 years rather than 2, because the Judicial Committee, as we see, is very, very important. And presidential conventions tend to have a lot of very, very new members who I love, but may not understand the history is not really the right word, but have enough institution. Chuck only does Twitch. Oh my God, I forgot you guys can't see his comments right now. When I'm responding to Chuck, I read the comment. But Chuck doesn't go on YouTube. He's on Twitch, and I respect that. I supported the change to make the Judicial Committee 4 years because the delegates at non-presidential conventions tend to be the party stalwarts who understand the institutional memory. And we got way too much business to do at presidential conventions. Okay, so elected at non-nominating convention. Okay, I have those all non-nominating. I don't have a problem with. Should a Judicial Committee position be vacant? I don't understand this change. An intervening convention may fill such vacancies. It looks like they deleted intervening and reinserted intervening. What am I missing here? Is this a typo? And I'm not going to ridicule you for a typo. I'm sure there's typos in the platform. Well, actually, there were. And I fixed them because it's in SurveyMonkey. And I don't know if you guys can do this as well. There were some columns in the platform committee survey for the first few people who got it, in which we had a three-column presentation, and the third column, which says platform would read if adopted, wasn't right. And I fixed it. I fixed it immediately. So I'm not ridiculing anyone for a typo. We're humans. But I think, Chuck, if you're watching, this isn't right. I think you meant to say something else there. But that's preventing me from saying I support this, because I have no idea what's being proposed here, because I'm positive that's an error. I'll put it in comments, though. Please do. Chuck said he can clarify. Please clarify in text, and I'll read it out to the audience, because you can't see the YouTube. Okay, it was made lowercase. Got it. On my screen, that's not clear. And if we're going to fix it, yeah, let's fix it. Though I know Chuck knows that stylistic changes can be made by the LNC through a vote. Got it. Okay, that wasn't so... I don't have good eyesight. Thank you for clarifying. I wasn't the only one who was confused. This was a combination of what was originally two separate proposals. We did that in the platform committee too. You know, I don't want to say strongly support, even though I don't have a problem, because I don't think it's important. I don't oppose it, but I don't think it's important. I don't think the bylaws are unclear if this change isn't made. I do think they are cleaner if this change was made. So I'm going to put somewhat support for that reason. Now we're going to do comments. I don't type that fast on this keyboard because this isn't the one I normally type on. I have a weird setup here. I actually support this, but put somewhat support as I don't. I'm sorry you guys are going to have to live through this. Think it is important. However, if we and I have something weird to tell you. Ever since COVID, it's getting better every day. My typing skills have diminished. Right after COVID, I could almost not type. I'm still not typing the way I used to, because I'm an excellent typist, but I'm not very good right now. And this has all been since COVID. My mind-hand coordination, something happened. And I also don't speak as quickly. Like, it's in my mind, but getting it out of my mouth has been much more difficult since COVID. But it is getting better every day. However, if we are going to spend time on this, fix it once and for all. Remove the word, God damn it, regular. Oh, fuck, it's probably not. Let me go back. Regular. From title and first sentence. Wish I had a good, like, dragon naturally speaking or something. All we have is regular conventions. Okay. It doesn't have a submit, though. Does it just submit by me typing it? I guess we will find out. Number 4, die in a fire. Let's talk about this. If a rule in a new version of RONR is objectionable to who? Or hadn't had a chance to review it? I think you're missing a word there. Who hasn't had a chance to review it? The convention? The LNC? The chair? Okay. But that's the rationale. I shouldn't be picking on. Y'all missed a word in the rationale. It happens. We would still be obligated to use the newest version without having it been explicitly approved. Oh my God, this is such a solution looking for a problem. We went through this in Colorado. I'm going to tell you why this is well-meaning but dumb. This change makes things clearer. No, it doesn't. By allowing the party to define what rules are, the party already can do that. Instead of allowing the publishers of Roberts to define what the rules are. The publishers, I'm going to be really pedantic here. Do you think the publishers write? Or do the authors write? That was a pedantic criticism. But I have autism, I'm allowed to do it. Argument against, the current wording matches the recommendation in Roberts. Yes. People who actually do this fucking thing for a living doesn't mean they're right, but it does mean that there's a good reason for the reason they say that. The party defines what? This makes no fucking sense. The party defines the current edition of Robert's Rules of Order. This doesn't do what it says it's going to do as the supplemental governing document of the party. Oh my God. People who do not understand parliamentary law are going to be deceived by this. The argument against is shit. The argument against does not actually give the argument against. If you wanted the, oh my God, this is pissing me off I am getting literally angry here because I think this is incredibly deceptive. That argument against is not that argument against. And Chuck said, please leave a better argument against in the comments. Like that will matter. This is what you sent to the delegates. I'm going to leave a better argument against at convention. I'll stick it in comments, you can bet. This reminds me, and I know, Chuck, this isn't against you, because I know a committee voted on this. Have you ever seen the state, I don't know if this happens in every state, but in Colorado we get, I forget what they call it, but it's this little book that talks about the laws that are going to be up for vote. And it has arguments for and arguments against. And very often the arguments against end up being written in a way that really don't tell you the arguments against. And it's a sly way to act like there are no arguments against. Your mom, that's awesome. Chuck says that Ken wrote the argument against. It's a shitty argument, and I'm a great friend of Ken. It's not wrong. His argument against is part of the arguments against, but it's the weakest of them. And that first sentence doesn't do what the rationale says it'll do. The party defines the current edition of Robert's Rules of Order as a supplemental governing document of the party. The current edition as of when? As of the time the bylaws applied, which means that you automatically change to the newest version. Derp. Or does it mean the current edition at the time this proposal was adopted? What a fucking fantastically vague proposal. There is never mind. I'll admit up front, I'm getting angry. As the supplemental governing document, it already is. This is deceiving people. And it's words that are not needed. Roberts itself says, besides custom, it is the lowest in authority. This is such a horribly written proposal, I just can't even believe it. It's so ambiguous. The wording can easily be interpreted as putting it on the same levels as the bylaws, rather than subservient to them. For instance, the platform committee is going to issue a supplemental report. That doesn't mean, Dave, I beg you, go back and oppose it. This is an awful, ambiguous proposal that if you think there's a lot of Judicial Committee appeals now, Chuck, I don't really care what the point is. I'm telling you the way it reads. Chuck just telling me what the point is, which is irrelevant. Because 5 years from now, this is going to be interpreted by people who all they have is what's in front of them. Roberts clearly says, and I don't have the new version in front of me, I have the old version in front of me, but it doesn't matter, that didn't change, but I want to give you a current reference, that there's a hierarchy of documents. Mike, we can do many shows on this. At least on the first. I didn't disagree with the first one, Mike, by the way. We're going to talk about that as well, Tyler, who's asking about the changes. So, not only does this not do what the rationale says, because current edition as of when, supplemental governing document could easily be interpreted as being on equal par with the bylaws. Just a supplement to it, the same way as a supplement to the platform committee report. Is a supplement. So, JJ's here. Oh, I have the 11th. Hold on. I want to show you guys how this is a non-issue right now. Justin O'Donnell, changing to a specific edition is a much better change than this. I don't like it, but at least it's fucking clear. Okay, when did the 11th come out? Because I don't want to misstate something. Where's the copyright page on this damn thing? JJ, when did the 11th come? Oh, here we go. I'm not sure I understand this. I'm looking for the original printing, not the 8th printing. We might need to Dr. Google this, because That doesn't seem right to me. When did the 11th edition of Roberts come out? Let's Dr. Google this. When did 11th edition of Roberts Rules of Order, is it be published? Get published? Maybe that's, I'm not so sure how to word this. 11th. No, that's the change. The 10th was 20. Okay, 2011. All right, that answers it. Let me go back. Nope, that's not it. 10 years ago. Oh, actually, when did it come in? When did the 12th go into effect? Was last year. So 2021. We could look up statistically how long it takes for new editions to come out. It's 10 to 15 years. It just changed. This is not a... Trying to clean up my language. This is not a problem. Yeah, it is, Mike. I just looked. But the copyright page was weird. This is not a problem. It came out exactly 10 years after the 11th. We're on the 12th. It came out 10 years. We have a party parliamentarian who is a member of the National Association of Parliamentarians. And I assume a future one will be too, if it's not still Richard Brown. The authors of Roberts do not keep secret what the changes are. Oh my God, I can't even believe I need to explain this. Not to some of you guys, but to the Bylaws Committee, to be honest with you. If you're on Bylaws Committee, you should know this shit. They do not keep the upcoming changes secret. Particularly major ones, like the rhetorical question that Chuck asked, what if the next edition changes the hierarchy? And Charles made a good point that I'll bring up in a minute. We'll deal with that because I love the comments because you help me with my thought process. I like having conversations. Oh, Tyler, that's a different point than I'm making. So the party's parliamentarian would know in advance major changes that are going to happen. Since, other than custom, Roberts is the lowest authority. And I know Chuck did the hypothetical, what if that changes? It's never changed. What if a comet hits Earth tomorrow? I believe in dealing with things that might actually happen. I mean, what if monkeys fly out of my ass? What if Martians come to Earth and say, unless you rape one woman, we're going to kill the entire planet? Would it be a violation of the non-aggression principle for you to rape that woman? It's nonsense. The hierarchy, to the best of my knowledge, has never, ever changed. It would make the rest of Roberts effing incoherent. Why am I having to explain this to a bylaws committee? The rest of Roberts absolutely depends on that hierarchy. It makes I'm going to have an aneurysm. I cannot explain how bad the rationale stinketh. My God. Okay, I'm going to be honest. How bad this rationale is makes me not trust the entire report. Part of the job of committees is to build trust. The argument against didn't mention any of the things that I brought out that took me 2 seconds to think of. And the rationale for, I don't think it does what it says. I've now completely lost trust. But now let me deal. Charles says the language retained mitigates what I'm saying a bit. Let's look at that. Because very fair. The rules contained therein, okay, it looks like, okay, shall govern the party in all cases to which they are applicable and are not inconsistent with these bylaws and any special rules of order adopted by the party. I saw your comment, Justin. I'll talk about that in a second. I don't think it can mitigate it, but the extent to which it mitigates it makes then... See, here's the problem. There's a principle of bylaws interpretation that no language is put in the bylaws without a purpose. And if the bylaws would mean the exact same thing without that language, there's a presumption that that language is meant to change something. So while I do agree that the language contained can mitigate it, there's an interpretive problem as to why then to add the language as the supplemental governing document of the party. Since it adds nothing, if all it means is what the bylaws, if all it means is the same thing that is already in there, there's no reason to have it in there. You should not hate Roberts, Tyler. The bylaws already do rule. There's no parliamentary authority that I'm aware of, but I let me caveat that with saying that Roberts is what I know. That do not say the bylaws are supreme over the parliamentary authority. Not only that, so are the special rules of order, which are under the bylaws. Roberts is at very low authority. So, the interpretive problem here is, why add that language if it's saying the exact same thing that's already in there? The presumption would be that that language is meant to add something that isn't already set. And it is not clear what that's supposed to be. And Roberts does not suck in a meeting. If you have found that, the meetings have been run badly. And that's not the fault of Roberts. And it probably happened because you were in a small meeting and they were using large committee rules. If, in fact, there's some irrational worry, like there is in Colorado, by the way. Colorado has, I hate it, I opposed it. But Colorado does have language that says something. Let's look at the fucking Colorado language. I am not advocating for it, but it's fuck hell better than this. And I'm probably going to want to link this in the comments anyway. I think this is all entirely unnecessary. Let me finish why. Let's go back to the survey here. It's going to be at least 10 years before there's another edition. The major changes are released a few years ahead of time. Minor changes, not so much. Minor changes will have to do with procedural rules that the LNC can adopt a special rule of order for, that could always be suspended by convention if they didn't like it, within 1 week. Major changes we would have plenty of notice for, to amend our bylaws when it's actually an issue, rather than wasting our fucking time. With something that's not an issue now. This is a waste of time. But let's look at what Colorado said, because if you got to have something, Colorado's wording is better. Though, I'm not advocating for it. I think it sucks too. But not as bad as this. Here's what Colorado says. The rules contained in the current edition of Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised, shall govern the party in all cases in which they are applicable, in which they are not inconsistent with these bylaws, any standing rules, and any special rules of order the party or board of directors may adopt. A. If a new edition of Robert's Rules of Order is released more than 6 months prior to the convention, it shall become the party's parliamentary authority upon the adjournment of that convention. Which, the reason for that is it's automatic. If a new edition of Robert's Rules of Order is released less than 6 months prior to convention, it becomes the party's parliamentary authority upon the adjournment of the following year's convention, giving us plenty of time to deal with this boogeyman that is non-existent of the authors going on a mushroom trip and completely changing Roberts. This is a chupacabra. It isn't a problem. But I'm going to copy this because I'm going to put this in comments. If you feel like you got to do something because you're pushing the fucking panic button, this is better. I didn't support this in Colorado, but I support it over what you guys said here. This is terrible. Strongly oppose. This is, I can't even get everything. I couldn't type enough. This is downright awful. The rationale. Hold on, where's my glasses? Claims it does something it doesn't, and god damn, I'm a bad typer right now, and the argument against barely touches the actual arguments against. Yeah, and Charles, Please stop being logical. Charles said the authors of Roberts have no incentive to publish an edition that's going to break the meetings of organizations using it. Stop making sense, Charles. The motivation for this, whatever. I know where this originally came from. And it's not a good place. Though that particular person may have fooled other people through other arguments. This is bad. Oh, and I spelled awful wrong. R&R has new additions every 10 to 15 years. The latest edition, 12th, was published last year. This is a solution looking for a problem. And I'm going to put appears, even though I believe it is, be agenda driven. By things other than a current issue. Because someone may disagree with an interpretation this year, or this term, this year, is not justification. Humans gonna human and disagree. And no bylaw change will ever prevent that. This further is fantastically ambiguous and should have been ran through the party parliamentarian before subjecting members to it. I'm going to fix the spelling error. I wanted to get my thoughts out first. COVID really did a number on me. And I don't like how this is doing it, like it's not putting it into paragraphs. This sucks. And my eyesight is so bad. Okay. Now I got to go back to the end. I'm sure there's a shortcut key for this. You guys don't see the really shitty keyboard I have here. I feel like saying, tell George Phillies I said hi. George Phillies and other old guard Massachusetts people. Because you know that's where this is coming from, right? And if you see what's going on in Massachusetts, no matter what side you go on, do you think they know how to govern themselves parliamentary-wise? Look at the mess they're in. Last people to be giving parliamentary advice to the party. If you insist on pushing the panic button, oh no, before I get there, but I'll put some panic button. Now this is from someone who's on the bylaws committee that's also from Massachusetts. You can go look at the members. I'll give you a hint.
Objection, speculative.
If you insist on pushing the panic button, the wording from the LPCO bylaws is much better, as follows. Wait, did it lose everything? No. Okay. But you can't hit return. You can't do page breaks. Okay, command, right arrow key got me to the end. Also, do you really think, and are you misleading people to believe that changes are kept secret until it is published? That is not the case. Major changes have a lot of notice, and less major, because I don't want to say minor, less major can be overridden by a special rule of order, which the LNC. Thank you, Chuck. I hope you didn't take it personally. You know I love you. Which LNC can pass in 1 week. R1R is already the lowest authority except for custom. This proposal preys on the non-knowledge. I don't like using the word ignorant because it kind of has got a negative connotation when it shouldn't, of most delegates who actually have lives and are unaccustomed to looking for the ways that bylaws proposals can royally screw things up and deny member rights. I do not have such a life. And see so many issues that honestly, I am shocked this made it out of committee. Bona fides. I am a registered parliamentarian, though fairly new. Please talk to the party parliamentarian on this. I hate it. No. I loathe it with the heat of 1,000 burning suns. Do you think I held back? I'm sure I'm going to be writing a lot of this for all of these. I'm copying it because I think I'm going to be repeating this for some of the others. 4B. There was a 4A. What happened to 4A? There was a 4A at one time. I saw it. Okay. The current... Oh no. An aneurysm's worse than a conniption fit. What would be worse than an aneurysm? That my head just explodes like scanners. 4B. Parliamentary authority only applicable when bylaw silent. Mike, I saw an old copy. I haven't looked at the current one. Okay. I'm just looking at the title. I haven't read anything else yet. I'm trying to give an example. Parliamentary authority only example applicable when bylaw silent. Let me tell you what that sounds like to an actual parliamentarian. That title could read, "Wherever you go, there you are." Because that's exactly the way it is now. With one exception. The exception being if your bylaws aren't silent, but are ambiguous or somehow need interpretation, there are principles of interpretation in Roberts. But besides that, there's always principles of interpretation. That title is the way it is now. I'm sorry, but I'm finding everything having to do with 4 and 4B to be... Not saying everyone who voted for it... Okay. You know how I say the LNC's corrupt? Obviously, I don't mean everyone on the LNC. There are good members of the LNC, but it means when you're part of a group and the group puts out something, good people kind of get snuck in with it. So I'm making it clear I'm not talking about everyone on the bylaws committee. But at this point, not even yet reading the proposal, just up to the title. This is thoroughly dishonest. Okay, let's go. The current wording was unclear. No, it fucking wasn't. With differing views of the meaning of the word, inconsistent, causing contention. Do you realize that libertarians will argue it depends upon what is? Humans gonna human. The current wording matches the recommendation in Roberts, and there's a reason for that. Whatever shall govern. You shouldn't put a bracket. Even though I know it was stated earlier, you should include all the language that members need. They shouldn't have to scroll up to understand your proposal. So, because, like, I had to say whatever. So it would be the rules contained in the current edition. Oh God, this just made me realize how much worse 4 is. with the current edition thing that is so it doesn't do what they say it's going to do. The rules contained in the current edition of Robert's Rules of Order, newly advised, shall govern the party. Okay. In all cases in which these bylaws and any special rules of order adopted by the party are silent. That is just going to cause an argument over what is meant by are silent. What if, does it mean silent in every single detail or silent on the subject in general? For instance, and this is where you are giving the LNC permission to fuck people over the way they fucked me over. Let me tell you. The JC was wrong. And, you know, human's gonna human. Humans are gonna be wrong. And the LNC was wrong. And a different JC would decide differently. But this will come up in other circumstances. And the whole crappy removal of me, it only talked about the vote threshold. And because it talked about the vote threshold, the LNC claimed that that meant all of the other provisions of Roberts did not apply because it mentioned a tiny part of a tiny part about the removal process that knocked out the rest of Roberts. Now, I would argue, using the same amended bylaw, this doesn't clarify a damn thing. Actually, what's funny is, in a way, this is just going to cause more problems because I'm telling you, in a way, this could horribly hurt people. But I know the motivation behind proposing it, and now I'm laughing because it's not going to do what they think it's going to. Because if this was if this was a bylaw that was in place at the time of my removal, and the people who are supporting this supported my removal, and they thought all it took was a 2/3 vote, I could argue even stronger, maybe, but just different, that the entire process, except for the vote, is silent. Therefore, our bylaws require Roberts to step in. If I can interpret both sets of language to have the exact same ambiguity, allegedly, it doesn't solve the problem. Our silent is going to cause more arguments than inconsistent. And the fact that decades of people who are experts in this recommend that language, go on, be your bad self and think you know better. You have to have the ego the size of the Goodyear blimp. Strongly opposed. I know I misspelled inconsistent. Let me put my glasses on. I don't know if I get a copy of this, Adam. And I don't know if you were here earlier. I'm having health problems right now. And I probably don't have the time to do that. Unfortunately. Perhaps Mike or someone can do so. Of course, he'll put in some of his own interpretations. But I'm doing this video. Oh, I'm not going to attribute it to you unless you want me to, Richard. If you give me permission, I will attribute to you. Libertarians will argue over the meaning of argue. It will be on my channel. Further, okay, I'm just going to leave it at that. Hold on. There's another problem here that I'm feeling and intuiting that I haven't yet put into words. It's like precognitive. Only applicable where the bylaws are silent. There's an elephant here that I'm sensing and not yet being able to put into words. I'll do a supplemental video on this when I figure it out. Because there's something else here that I once said. And as I said, COVID has really messed me up. Okay, Richard didn't give me... I'm stealing your words, Richard, because I don't believe in IP. I won't use the curse language, though. Only because they'll use that to dismiss everything I said. Has been recommended and time tested for over 100 years. When you fiddle with it, you usually, I'm not going to use the F-bomb, screw the pooch. But yeah, you guys know better. Okay, for those of you who think, like, I like screw the pooch better. My name's on this. They expect me to be very flamboyant. That's not the elephant, Mike. There's something else here that I said that I'm forgetting, and it's truly bothering me. But I'll just do whatever. If my name weren't on this, I'd probably tone it down a bit. But people already know me. And the ones that are going to disregard it just because it's from me are going to disregard it anyway. So there's no cost-benefit analysis to toning things down. But I am trying not to in official documents, use the F-bomb. On my show's one thing, on an official document's another. Okay. 7, merge. Okay. I'm not. Oppose. I'll tell you why. Back when this was originally proposed, which you guys wouldn't know, I think was 2016, I was on the bylaws committee. I supported it because I didn't know what the hell I was doing. And I imagine most people will look at this and go, I support it. It eliminates hundreds of words in the brevity caucus. You know, this is porn to the brevity caucus. Let me tell you why it's bad. Unless there could be other problems, and I will do supplemental shows for convention. It might be too late for the survey. Unless prior to this, a due process provision is put into place so that no other person could get screwed like I did. If the bylaws read as they're proposing it to read in just this proposal, I would have had an even worse chance than I had before, because it eliminates the distinction between officers and the rest of the LNC. In Roberts, officers are entitled to a trial and other various due process things. Now, don't get me wrong. I believe everyone should be. But I certainly don't believe that because right now everyone isn't, that you take it away from the people who have it now. To me, this is like the argument that churches should be taxed because everyone else is. That's the argument is asked backwards. No, everyone else shouldn't be taxed. It's like saying everyone should be abused equally. No, no one should be abused. But if some people right now are escaping abuse, the answer isn't to abuse them to make them equally miserable. So, on that ground alone, unless prior to this strong due process is put into place, I oppose it. There could be other problems with it, but that's enough for me. Now, Mike Seebeck has some issues. But I'm going to oppose it. You said it didn't address section 6 through 15. You and I maybe should do a show on this. Well, we could do a show on the whole thing too, because your opinions are going to differ slightly from mine. So it's just merging two sections. Okay, one thing I do support, however. Positions which shall not be combined. I'm going to try not to name names. When I was platform committee chair in 2018, there was a platform committee member who claimed to hold 2 seats. I know this seems a little off track, but it's not. That of a state alternate and national alternate. And said that they could change hats mid-vote. And as justification, they said they were on the LNC and held 2 positions. And I asked that person, so in theory, could one person be regional representative for all of the regions in the country. Right now we have 8. So could one person occupy 8 seats if they only voted once? Because this person never argued they got 2 votes. But when you're an alternate for 2 different bodies, you can strategically decide which seat you're holding, depending upon various factors, which isn't fair to the rest of the committee. And the answer I got was yes. That is ridiculous. So, I think I would support the green language only, but that's not enough to make me support this whole proposal because it's part of this proposal. Okay, I already don't support it for the one reason I told you, but I'm going to need to do like you do when you combine Constitution and bylaws and take both sections as they exist and figure out if they skipped anything. Mike is saying they did. I can't say that because I haven't done that yet. Ha! Fuck you. Sorry, I just saw this here. Nope. 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 Not only in parliamentary, but I suspect, I am not a lawyer, don't come for me, bar cartel. Oops. P.S. I don't ask questions, or I don't usually. Ask these kinds of questions when I don't already know the answer. Are there any moderators in the house? Mike, you're a moderator, aren't you? If not, I'll take care of this myself, the spammer. But otherwise, I do think you're a moderator, Mike. These terrible this terrible bylaw change would remove, despite the wrong JC opinion earlier, It's not your fault, Mike. And sometimes JCs are wrong. It happens. The one thing, no, it's not one thing, the distinction that at least protects officers, though all LNC members should be protected. Sometimes. Oh, someone's. Thank you. Pass something, excuse me, something explicitly guaranteeing due process, and then we can talk. Which I don't, there could be a later proposal here, but at least this lets them know I won't even consider this. Vice Chair Ascension. The current bylaw can be interpreted in multiple ways. No, it can't. But I do, support clarity, though I don't think it's unclear. But I don't support the clarity that they're suggesting. Let me tell you why. The convention elects the chair and vice chair. The convention elects the vice chair knowing that the vice chair will often have to stand in as chair. They miss a meeting, whatever. Which means that the convention has faith in the vice chair to fill that role. Even if it's only for certain periods of time. If they can do it for certain periods of time, they could do it for the remainder of a term. This, oh, scroll down a touch. Okay, sorry. You're right. I should. Argument against. Oh, yeah, well, I agree with that amendment. I'm talking about the rationale. Okay. Nope. Don't agree with the proposal. Of course, it can always be amended. Like, I'm not in favor of this argument against thing. Because it purports to be the entire argument against, and the committee shouldn't be arguing against its own proposals unless it's in a minority report. I'm finding this inappropriate. Nope. I do agree with the argument against, though. As far as the... But he didn't talk about should be able to. I'm talking about convention approval. One thing I'm noticing here is my focus always seems to be on what the members want. That needs to be the membership. You know, we were talking about the hierarchy of bylaws and constitution or whatever. And my hierarchy of people in the party, there are hierarchies. Sorry, people. Think of the lobsters. Are you comparing us to the lobsters, Dr. Peterson? In our party, the members are on top, in my view. This language can be used whether Proposal 7 passes or not. Yes, it can be. Strongly oppose. we've seen how well the LNC electing a chair has worked out. But in a vacuum. I could add in a secretary, but in a vacuum, the convention delegates approved the vice chair, knowing the vice chair would be chair at times. Absence, conflict of interest, chair wishes to debate, etc. And thus approved them for that duty. The remainder of a term should be no different. Kaufman is the governor nominee from the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire. The remainder of a term should be no different. Whenever possible, the preference of the delegates, not the LNC, should be the default. All things being equal. Because there'll be some times I wouldn't agree with that. I do support the suggested amendment. But that is not the proposal. Okay, oh God. Cleaning up language, clarifying the definitions of different types of membership. Signatory membership, sign the pledge. Dues paying membership, no. Nope. 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 No. Oh God, this is bad. Right now, you are required to sign the pledge to be a member. I do not believe it's an anarchist pledge. The person who wrote it was not an anarchist. And unless you think David Nolan was so stupid he walked into Wall's face first and wrote a pledge that would exclude himself, you are interpreting it wrong. Every single fucking convention, people are trying to find a way to get out of people signing the pledge. The pledge is our protection again. I did a whole show on the meaning of the membership pledge. The problem isn't that it's a quote-unquote anarchist pledge. The problem is that people are using it for what it was never intended to be used for. It is an ideological statement, but it has a practical purpose, which is to protect us from the government, who already, as we've seen, has classified anti-government political people and libertarians with a small l, which we fit into as well, as domestic terrorists. The pledge is there. Primarily, the ideological meaning is important, but it's secondary. Because as David Nolan said, bad people will lie and say they believe something that they don't. The primary purpose is to protect the party. That if some libertarian nuts up and does something violent, that we can point and said that I haven't read the language yet. I'm just looking at the top. So, Mike, you might have missed the beginning of this. Part of the purpose of this, I want people to see me change my mind when it's necessary and the way my mind works. And this is how I would be thinking and working through this if I were sitting alone. Reading each thing at a time before I move on to the next. And then going, oh. Now, I haven't read the language, but right now you cannot be a member if you don't sign the pledge. This allows people who have not signed the pledge to be a member. To claim this is a non-substantive change is false. If, in fact, the rationale accurately describes what it does. If the rationale is wrong, then maybe it's a non-substantive change. But I'm trusting what the rationale says. And if the rationale is correct, it's an absolute lie that this is a non-substantive change. So now let's look. Signatory members shall be those persons who have certified in writing. Dues-paying members shall be the people who donated. Life members. Or our life members. Okay. Keeps the National Party from creating other levels. The other levels don't give different benefits. I don't have a problem with the LNC doing this. Sustaining members or dues-paying members or signatory members. So you don't have to sign, okay. You don't have to sign the pledge to be a sustaining member. Okay? People who are starting an affiliate have to sign the pledge. People who will appeal to the JC have to sign the pledge. Delegates have to sign the pledge or be a member of an affiliate party. Okay. Well, if this passes, at least those things are good. Delegate lists would only be given to signatory members. Okay. This is creating different rights for different people in the party. I do not agree with that. Though we kind of do that a little bit now between dues payer and pledge signers, I don't want to expand that. I'd rather get rid of that other distinction. Okay. Strongly oppose. Wait, hold on. Did I miss something, Mike? A sustaining member must be a signatory member and a dues payer. Hold on. Okay, dues payer. Okay, gotcha. No, that's fine. I might have misstated that. Oh, wow, this changes something else, too. If I misstated that, you made me notice something else. Okay, signatory members aren't paying dues. They might be, but they also might not be. Presently, to be a delegate, you either had to be a dues payer or a member of National. To be a bylaw sustaining member, I think you're confused, Mike. I think you're confused too, Justin, or maybe I am. Let's go through this again. I think we could all agree, though, to say that this is a non-substantive change, considering we've got multiple people here who are thoroughly confused. Let's go through this again. There's no such... you got a signatory member. They've just signed the pledge. You have a dues-paying member who... Those are the people who've donated money or are life members. They do not have to sign the pledge. Sustaining members both pay and sign. We're in agreement there. Right now, in order to be a delegate, you either have to be a sustaining member, which are dues. The way they did this makes it confusing, but today you have to be a BSM today, which is a bylaw sustaining member, which means you sign the pledge, because there are no members today who don't sign the pledge, and you pay money, either as a life member or $25 a year. This change makes it so that you could have, so that in order to be a delegate, you either have to be a state party member with their own requirements or just sign the pledge. That's a substantive change. Whether you agree with it or not doesn't matter. It's a substantive change. So, nope, strongly opposed. Every convention, someone tries to give an out to people who don't want to sign the pledge. This is a substantive change. And I cannot believe it was represented otherwise. It creates more classes of members with different rights. Anyone can give money to the party now. And remain a non-member. This is a feel-good measure to give an alleged title to people, member, without any other benefits. And instead, remove the protection the pledge gives the party, which is its primary purpose, in case some member nuts up and blows stuff up, that we require our members to certify they do not advocate the use of force for political or social goals. Nolan is rolling in his grave. I might need to reuse some of this language, so I'm going to copy it. Okay. 8B, which requires... Oh, God. I haven't even read it yet, and I think I'm... These proposals are giving me cancer. This would clarify that sustaining members are the class of members with rights. Oh, my God. So we're going to have right list. Members who sign the certification shouldn't have to pay to play. We already do have classes of members with different rights. There's implications for that I don't care for, and others, like calculation of delegate totals, that I don't mind. But let's see the proposal, because we're starting to get a little bit off track here. Sustaining. Okay. So this is then... Okay, if I'm understanding this, we would still have the new class of members. We would still have the new class of members that just have a title and no rights. This is actually a minority report, and it's not presented that way. But our convention rules on bylaws minority reports is fantastically unclear. Okay. All right, I'm not even going through this, and I'll tell you why. I'm putting oppose. This is dependent on 8. I hate 8. So this is a non-issue. And I will decide on this in the unfortunate event that 8 passes. Stop trying to shove the same crap convention after convention down different holes. Dues indexed instead of fixed. I don't know how I feel about this. This is one that I looked at before. Our dues haven't changed in forever. And the fact is, things are more expensive today. But the convention could always change the rules. And, change the dues. And this could potentially, unless people are life members, price the very people out of membership that we want to be invested in this party at a time when inflation is out of control, so we can vote in a better... You can never vote in a better... I almost said something that made me want to die inside. So that we could try to change the system. No. Strongly oppose. What happened here? I don't understand this. Oh, I oppose both of them. The convention could always raise dues. You can be a member for free. But you don't have the same rights as people who pay. That's a whole other problem. If inflation goes crazy, this will price out the very people who may look at us for the first time and want to join. What else would I want to say here? I think that sums it up. And disproportionately, young people who are not established in a career, who will be our future leaders, and those who have been systematic is not the right, economically marginalized by our government for decades. Such as minority communities. Allow designees to preside. Okay, this is a weird thing. I support this one, actually. And I was accused of supporting it just because Steve Sheets is currently chair. That's not why I support it. Never even occurred to me. When people say things like that, I think it's projection. I went through the convention rules. At first, when I heard about this proposal, I said, we don't need a rule for this. It's already allowed. Like, it could require consent of the committee, but a chair can always hand the gavel to somebody. The committee can object. You know, it requires consent, but it's allowed in that evil Roberts. However, there's just something weird. In our convention rules, and remember, it's a rules, not a bylaw. In our convention rules, it specifically says the platform committee chair or their designee. But it doesn't say the same for the bylaws committee, which leads to a weird interpretive problem that if you put it together, it does make it seem, by its omission, that our rules are intended to specifically deny that to the bylaws. I think that's a reasonable interpretation. I'd rather clear up that ambiguity. But there's a lot of problems with our convention rules for bylaws. The convention rules for platform are extensive. For bylaws, which are arguably more important than platform, it's a paragraph. It's just bizarre. The section for debating and voting on platform and bylaws should be the same. It should be one section that's for both. Oh, I don't like this part. Well, okay, here it's unnecessary. Oh. Okay, I see the problem now. I see the problem now. I now oppose this. I actually approve it for Rule 4. I oppose it for Article 6. Yeah, that's why, Adam. The Bylaws and Rules Committee, they just present a report. They don't have any, the chair of the bylaws, they don't have any authority at all at convention. And I actually thinking I don't support Rule 4. I actually support deleting or their designee from platform. Yeah, they snuck in the party chair thing, Tyler. Right now, okay, to people who don't know Roberts, oh, that rationale is deceptive as hell. The argument against is good. The default right now is the evil Roberts. This is leading you to believe that if for some reason a chair couldn't be there, that all of a sudden nothing would get done. We're going to Libertarians Against Lynching. Remind me about this, because there's even a bigger poison pill here that you all don't. Let me talk about it now, or forget. According to our convention rules, bylaws report comes first. I'm going to need to do another show on just this point, but I want it here too. Bad actors. Okay, how do I word this? Bylaws proposals go into effect immediately. If for some reason our national chair isn't doing well, the convention doesn't have to approve who chairs the convention. She could just appoint whoever she wants, and you get no say. Now, if you liked the idea of the chair being able to have a designee, but just didn't want it to go into effect this convention, there's always an amendment you could pass called a proviso, which would say this amendment will not go into effect until after adjournment sine die of this convention. That could go for any of these proposals, by the way. Bylaws Committee knows that, at least according to our standing rules, that bylaws go into effect immediately, and they haven't told you this anywhere. Very unhappy. Yes, Adam, you have it exactly right. What I would support is this. Screw that first thing. Screw it. Too much power to the chair. The convention can always have someone else present or preside. It is weird that the Bylaws Committee doesn't explicitly say this. The solution isn't to add it here. It's to delete it here and have it be equal because it's already covered under Roberts. And I actually now am not in favor of this because I'm not talking about the proposal. I'm talking about as it's currently written. The platform committee chair should not be able to arbitrarily designate somebody without the consent of the rest of the committee. The platform committee chair is an elected position by the committee. If they can't do their duty, the committee should have say on who's going to represent them. This is a consolidation of power. It sucks. Oh, God. How do I put this into words? I find it interesting that in the standing rules, the bylaws report is first. Bylaws go into effect immediately. A suspicious person might think that some people are afraid that Whitney might be removed from presiding. And this would allow her not the convention to pick, say, as an example, Nick Sarwark. I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. Interesting. Interesting that the fact that This. Change the names, it doesn't matter. Wasn't explicitly my contacts are drying up. I can't really see the screen right now. Explicitly, right? Lee. What the hell am I spelling wrong? It keeps explicitly explained to the survey takers. Also, committee chairs are elected by their committee. If they cannot serve, the committee should have to approve their replacement. This is already handled by the evil RONR. Thus, seeing the inconsistency between... No, I'm going to bed after this. I can take care of myself. Between... And you lose your spot if you don't finish the survey. Between platform and bylaws, I support removing the designee language for platform to make shit. Okay, maybe I do need to put some eye drops in. Consistent. The way National Chair was snuck in there, though, was clever. I'll give you that. This is a bad proposal. And you should feel bad for proposing it. That's a joke which most people won't get from a cartoon. They already aren't going to listen to me, so. I know, LAL. No, I already, as you can see, I have contacts and glasses already. Because I'm both nearsighted and farsighted. Getting old sucks. I am being very harsh in my comments. It is because bylaws are important and can mess us up for decades and be gamed. Nothing personal is intended This is my unfiltered, these are my unfiltered opinions. They are slightly filtered, I guess, but because there's good people on this committee, Mike. Arbitration panel, oh my God. Wayne, I need harder alcohol. Oh God. No. I mean, I haven't read it. My gut is no. But let me read it. No. I don't need to read it. It's already very clear to me that there is a mechanism in place. That's what the whole appeal in Massachusetts is about. And if each state wants some kind of arbitration panel, they can put it in their own bylaws. Let me read it. I'm telling you, my gut reaction is no. Okay, it's talking about the leadership. Shall be resolved through binding arbitration. Arbitration will be required. So, for everyone who's screaming about interfering with the autonomy, and it's not interfering in our bylaws, by the way, it's abridging, or by a petition of 3/5 in that state, as if issues only affect that state at the time the appeal is submitted. Okay, it makes the Judicial Committee the arbiters. Okay, now maybe I'm not so opposed. Hold on. The way this title it, God, this is just titled bad. It shouldn't be arbitration panel for state bylaws disputes. The title should be explicitly empower Judicial Committee to settle whatever. Because the title makes it seem like you're going to have non-libertarians do this. Potentially. Maybe that's just because me as a paralegal that deals with arbitration panels. Okay, so it's the JC. Within 30 days, okay. I don't know how I feel about this. See, I don't ignore the titles because the titles are the framing. And you'll notice you might notice that the titles and the proposals on the platform committee report didn't give an argument in the title. It just said amend, platform, plank, whatever. Not, not an argument. Or not defining it for the people. To let them look at it and do that themselves. Because there's a lot of even unintended manipulation that can happen when you don't have neutral titles that just say what it is. Okay, then it adds it. Yeah, the title's bad. I don't know. What do you guys think? I might be okay with this. I see your comment, LAL. And actually, I don't agree. The 45 days part, but that could be amended. The 6 months we have is too long. Is 45 days too short? I think it needs to be resolved before the deadline of the submission of at least one delegate to the Credentials Committee, which is 30 days prior to National Convention, which means that a decision needs to be issued before that. The way this is worded, a decision could be issued 15 days after that. So, yeah, you're correct. The 45 days is bad. It would need to be at least 60. But more than that, because that still wouldn't give him any time. 90 days. Does it say state? No, it doesn't say state membership. It says current national sustaining membership. There's no expulsion procedure for national members. This actually is very protective. But the way this is worded, I don't like the way it's worded. Like, it isn't clear till you get to the end that it's the JC. Like, that should be in the first sentence. Arbitration. Majority vote's too little. Majority vote is way too little. Okay. I'm going to be neutral. I actually like the concept. I don't like the way it is worded, and changes needed are too extensive for comments. But I'll give a few But I will give a few examples. 45 days is too short. It needs to be. And this kind of actually does deal with constructive disfiliation without using those words. I need to think about this one more, that's why I put neutral. It needs to be at least 90 so that credentials doesn't have to deal with. Then the question, what if somebody screws around within that 3-month window? It's not as bad as the 6-month one. Yeah, that's why I'm neutral on this. These are, I really, really have to think this through. And one doesn't find out. It is the JC who is the arbiters. I'm sorry, my contacts are really drying out. Arbiters until the end of the paragraph. It should be at beginning. Because the initial impression is perhaps outside people. Non-libertarians? Whoops. Well, I don't have no opinion. No, I like my neutral. I don't like that no opinion unsure. I'm neutral right now. Leaning towards somewhat support. I appreciate the recognition there is an issue. And think this is headed in right direction, but not ready for prime time. There is an appeal qualification timing. There was an ambiguity that came up when membership statuses on the judicial there was? No, there wasn't. No, there wasn't. I mean, maybe there was in the Phillies one, and I don't know about it, but there were 2 member appeals this term. One, I helped, and we had way beyond, like, there was no issues. At least that I know of. Maybe it's because we way overshot the mark. Well, I did ask that question. I see, maybe they watched my show. Because I did ask that question, actually. Do you have to be a member at the time you signed the appeal, or at the time of, like, if you were appealing a decision of the LNC at the time of the... Okay, no, they're correct. I'm just a little tired. I support this one. Yes. I was unclear this year on this. Okay. Yeah, it's easy to verify. Delegate list. Oh, God. I have a lot of problems with this one, even though I do appreciate the sentiment. If you're going to be a delegate, there's a different way to solve this. If you're going to be a delegate, you have a duty in between conventions, because certain appeals can depend upon you. So people need to be able to get in touch with you to try to get your support. If you don't want that, don't be a delegate. I know that sounds harsh, but delegates represent other people, and they have responsibilities and accountabilities. The argument against is only a portion of the argument against, but it's true. Argument against, you all haven't seen it. I've seen this proposal, so let's go. The National Committee shall contract with a third-party mail house to provide mailing services to postal addresses for any sustaining member to contact all delegates or alternates who attended the most recent 2 conventions, or all delegates or alternates selected for the upcoming convention. The requester shall pay the vendor directly for the full cost of each mailing. The mail house shall keep the list confidential. Okay, I agree with the problems, but there's more. It will make it more difficult. Forget about minority or disfavored groups. I know why he said that. It's to appeal to the woke, like I did that earlier. Wait to say you don't hate this, Adam. LOL already put up one of my things. I don't care if it's a minority or disfavored group. It makes it more difficult for anyone to anonymously or strategically contact delegates, which you have a right to do. Also, third-party mail house, really? If the National Committee didn't want certain word to get out, they could contract with the most expensive mailing house they could find. I know when I send out my postcards, I do a Google search for the one that is competitive. And sometimes I find coupons. The LNC could salt the soup with this by purposely picking a mail house that's not the most economical. There's nothing in here about competitive bids or anything like that. Also, I'm trying to think if there's something I want to say before this point, because I know I had 3 and I'm only thinking of 2 right now. I'm sure you guys will come up with some. Also, the client is the LNC. That's bizarre. Does the mail house have an obligation to not tell the LNC what's being mailed? Doesn't say that. You shouldn't have to tell the LNC what you're mailing. What if it's a strategy? Massachusetts should appreciate this, to get them all unelected. Or, and this applies directly in my case, I don't like sending like bulk mail to people. I personally write notes on all of my mailings to the delegates because that's part of my campaign. The fact that I give the personal touch. This would prevent me from doing that. And I should have the right to do that. If you're a delegate, it's a privilege that comes with responsibilities. If it really, really bothers you, you could take on the cost and get a P.O. box. Because nowhere does it say it needs to be your street address. It's your mailing address. So while I appreciate the intent behind this, it is easily weaponized and gamed. And there's another way. Though this wouldn't solve my handwritten notes issue. How come the person who wants to mail something, and it also wouldn't solve some of the objections here, but I'm just throwing this out there. What if the person who wants to mail something finds the mail house, gets the best price possible, and arranges with the mail house for the LNC to provide the mailing list with an agreement that that wouldn't be given to the person sending out the mail. At least that solves the price problem. And I could tell you what a bylaws committee member said. Yeah, but the person could just pick a mail house where someone's going to leak them the list anyway. Well, who's to say that the third-party mail house that the National Committee with, you don't know who everyone there is friends with? And how do we not know that the mail house isn't going to leak to the LNC what we're mailing? Strongly oppose. Delegates have a duty between conventions. If they don't wish to have contact information, then delegate might not be the right fit. However, more concerning, as many, I don't want to put many, as good faith people can disagree with my first point. When I mail to delegates, I competitively shop and look for coupons. The LNC could game this by picking the most expensive mail house. And the mail house could share what I am mailing ahead of time to the LNC when I don't want them to. When I mail to save money, I know there are people who will never support me. I cull the list because I am not wealthy and images of what I mail will be plastered everywhere anyway, and they will see it anyway. Without me spending money. Once again, the effect is for the LNC to control things that might unseat them. Oops, I hate when I accident. Good intentions, good intention here. Way too many problems. Worst case, if a delegate wanted to keep I have no problem with that, Justin. Their street address private. That burden is on them. We don't require it. They can use a P.O. box. No, delegate list should not be eliminated. Oh my God. Reorganization of removal procedure. Oh God, okay. The subject matter. Nah, this is combining officers again. Let's see. I don't get this one. Yeah, Mike, I'm glad it wasn't just me. I thought I was just tired. Waste of time. Removing party what? What? Oh, God. Oh. Kill me now. Could lead to a cycle of purges. Have you learned nothing? Oh my God. Do you not think, well, I don't know who gets to remove people. I just don't like the, I'm already triggered. But if it's the LNC, I haven't looked yet. Don't you think they would have expelled me? And cause isn't defined? Oh, no. Nope. The National Committee? Oh. Are you insane? Literally. Are you insane? Have you learned nothing from Massachusetts? I know some people are really disappointed. You couldn't expel me. I got a 6-0. Oh my God. I'll bring that up too. This, well, let me tell you, this will never pass. There's no concerns about this passing. My concern is that this passed 6-0. Oh, really? They can't expel the JC? Hold on. I only put that there because don't need that in there. I'm sure I could come up with all kinds of scenarios. It's shocking without that. Delegates, a convention could already expel someone. Change disaffiliation threshold and window. Okay. Lowering the... Yes, it could be. 2/3. More than 6 months. Within... I know this language is here because of Massachusetts. A revocation motion can only have one person or affiliate as its subject. It's already automatically divisible on the demand of one member. It's just not necessary. Maybe it is. I don't know how I feel about this. I really don't know how I feel about this. Requires passage of 16. I oppose 16. Every other threshold in our for removal is 2/3. To be consistent, yeah. Just change it to 2/3. I actually... See, I actually don't mind. I think I'm okay with this. I don't... I'm going to need to hear from other people over a longer period of time. I might be okay. 2/3 of... I don't think you need to be consistent in thresholds. It's different situations. That's like saying you should be able to amend the statement of principles with the same amendment as anything else. That argument is not persuasive to me. It's the 6 months thing that I think is very old-fashioned. It had to do when we were doing everything by written mail. Is it really 1 o'clock in the morning? Almost. But 3/4... Here's my problem with 3/4 of the entire LNC. Is if someone felt like, say, the regional representative, that they just couldn't vote, conflicts of interest or whatever, their abstention is effectively a no. That's why I don't like the 3/4, because in most cases, I think the regional rep is going to have a really hard time. Not in all cases. And if they abstain, it counts as a no. It also requires, in most cases, the party chair to vote. That's my problem with the whole entire LNC thing, to be honest with you, on most votes. But 3/4 makes it even more difficult. I don't know what to do with this. I got to think about it more. If I come up with the decision while I can still change, I'm going to put unsure. Oh, God. Mike, no. Okay, I think because it requires 16, which I oppose. Well, I don't know what to do. I'm still going to leave it as no opinion. 16. Oh, no, I already saw. Yeah, no. Well, I saw this for the officers. Cause is defined as... We're already allowed to do that. Conduct injurious to the organization. No, I'm done. I will support only if we set up a committee on unlibertarian activities. I wonder how many people are going to get that. Comrades. Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, I'm going to put that instead. If you don't mind me stealing your line. I'm making it a little different. Don't put in a biblical reference. Shortened deadlines a fit? What's fit? Modern... What? Does it mean to fit? Modern times? Oppose this, yeah. No, these time frames are fine. Oh my God, no. No. Yeah. Platform tokens. Okay. I made a promise to people on the platform committee that I would express no opinions nor participate in these issues. I will talk about it after convention. I'm not even reading it. And I'm putting here, I am staying out of platform-related issues due to a promise I made to the platform committee. Committee transparency. Usually when things are titled that, it means the opposite. Sorry. It's like when the government says something's going to, like with Tabor here in Colorado, without raising taxes when it raises taxes. Yeah, Mike, I I'm staying out of platform issues entirely. I guard my impartiality as platform committee chair. It's worth more to me than having a say on that thing. Okay. What do you think about all boards? Okay, you don't need all there. Oh God, that first change isn't needed. The National Committee shall adopt and provide for uniform and functional. That's so subjective. I like the National Committee shall adopt. You don't need the rest of the provide. Well, that's, I guess, saying maybe they'll provide the technology. What if like a million... Okay, whatever. All boards shall use roll call voting. Okay. Require... Okay. Okay, one problem here with the party secretary thing. Boards and committees are not required to have secretaries. I mean, and not boards or committees. Nor are they required necessarily, well, I'm not even going to get into the whole issue of whether it's minutes or a summary or whatever. I don't see, what's the problem with the executive session section, Mike? Perhaps I'm tired, but I'm missing it. Oh, other reasons. Oh, no. I caught it right as you were saying it. Posting bylaws. Okay. Requires passage of 18. Well, I was against 18, so I guess... Okay. As the allegedly former secretary, even though it didn't specify secretary in here, I did this. And I always provided a copy to all these people. And it was no issue. And don't we want to proactively... And I've got another idea, by the way, for that mailing house thing that they tried to. I think part of the problem is delegates don't know their addresses will be provided. So they're kind of shocked by it. I think instead, I don't really have a proposal, but I guess what I'm saying is there needs to be a mechanism or an encouragement in place for the state chairs at their conventions to let potential delegates know their addresses will be on a list. Because I think the problem is a lot of people feel blindsided by it. I know some people go, it's in the bylaws, you should have known. Normal people just don't read bylaws that closely. We could wish that wasn't the case, but we got to deal with reality and not with what we wish right at this point when it comes to this. Now, it doesn't, wait, hold on. It doesn't say they have to be postal mailed. Where does it, am I missing something here? It just says they have to be provided. Am I missing something? Where does it say postal mail? This is deceptive. Order of elections. Oh my God. Remember, these go into effect immediately. But I don't understand. May have more than one. Could you please take care of that? Did they get rid of 21? I don't have a 21. Mike, please get rid of Mr. Tinder. Yeah, I don't like the consolation prize thing, but this is changing the rules. Yeah, Libertarians Against Lynching, that could be a solution to the delegate problem. Reversing the order. So at large first. I notice no suggestion of a proviso which is salting the soup of this convention. That alone is enough to oppose. You don't change rules mid-game. And this. Okay. Also, also, delegates can choose not to vote for already rans. And campaign they must have gotten rid of 21, Mike. It's not in my survey. To convince others. I'm trying to think of other arguments against this. Like, I can tell you that I'm not always a big fan of waterfall elections, but there's nothing there that like leads to this, because I realize some people will say the argument that I just made can be used against me in something that I support, which is term limits. And someone could turn around and say, delegates can choose not to vote for somebody who's already served X number of terms and campaign to convince others. But I think it's different, because there's a danger, there's an advantage to being an incumbent, and to be an incumbent so many times with that advantage, I think, is fundamentally unfair. And I think we need to model what we want to see in higher government. And it's a fact of human nature that power corrupts. Even bogus LP power, or, the tiny bit of LP power, we've seen that. Look how corrupt our LNC is. And term limits disrupts that cycle. And it allows us to grow new leaders and not allow any one person to make themselves indispensable. You have a lot of control of things when you're in a seat sometimes. And just speaking as secretary, you could do certain things where you keep certain skills to yourself to try to make yourself indispensable, rather than trying to reproduce yourself and making sure your successor is better than you are. So, while in theory the same argument could be used against term limits, and it is all the time, there are benefits to term limits that outweigh. This is just a mere preference. It doesn't prevent corruption. It doesn't prevent anything bad, except for one thing. And that thing, the people know going into it. There are people who campaign for at-large. And they know who they're campaigning against, who are also running as at-large. But at convention, all of a sudden, the field grows a lot sometimes by former chair candidates who didn't win vice chair. But they know that going in. And it's not like a corruption thing. So, no, I don't submit this. It limits the choices of delegates without any substantial benefit to them. They could do this voluntarily. They could get this goal across voluntarily without a rule. And by the way, these are rules. They could be suspended. So why make it permanent? No. Okay, Well, submitting it because you can always change it later. It doesn't give me my answers so that I can give it in written form to somebody. Sorry about that. I think SurveyMonkey does. LAL, no, I believe the convention should elect officers. And that's one of the things that nothing will ever convince me otherwise of. I'm absolutely immovable on that. I know there are arguments and other groups do things differently. It's a thing I given a lot of thought to. But the big poison pill in here that's not being said, and I don't know if 21 that doesn't exist anymore had anything to do with this, you'll have to tell me, Mike, is that according to our convention standing rules, which again are just rules, they can be changed. There's processes for that, but generally they aren't. Bylaws report comes first, and all of these things go into effect immediately. And some of them absolutely benefit the people already in power. You already had the party chair with partiality at the last JC hearing. To, as being opposed, let's say it, to the Mises Caucus. Okay, yeah, 21's not there anymore. Which then makes me even more suspicious, because why did they remove it? Did they remove it because they realized, like, did they remove it because, was it a bylaw or a rule? Because what if you wanted it to go into effect immediately, like the new bylaw we adopted just for the 2020 convention to allow the remote participation? Because, I mean, you could always vote to, like, first vote to get rid of that bylaw. Yeah, I'm wondering what the motivation was for getting rid of that. Was it because they saw, oh my God, like this would have really made 2020 a mess? Or was it because someone said, oh my God, we can't game... I don't want to say any from bylaws would think this, but I don't know everyone. Or was it taken out because maybe there are some of these that we want to kind of get into effect immediately? I can tell you, one of the first things someone needs to do, so that everyone hears it, is this. Madam Chair, point of parliamentary inquiry. If particularly before the troublesome proposals, if this proposal passes, when does it go into effect? Is it immediately so that it would affect the rest of this convention? Most people don't know that. And it needs to be made abundantly, absolutely clear. Some of these ones that were bad, if it looks like they're going to go through, they can be cured in some cases, and others made better with amendments. I know the Bylaws Committee really wanted amendments put into comments, and I only did that for one of them, and I'll tell you why I'm not going to do that. A, you got an operative from another political party as chair of this committee. No, you can't do a proviso, Mike, to override a bylaw. Oh, I thought you were talking about if it passed. Yeah, it's a bad idea. Yep, you're correct. I read you wrong, Mike, sorry. And I forgot what I was just saying. What was I? Help me, Jesus. I don't even remember, so it must not have been important. Was this my longest stream ever? But I was going to say, most people don't know they go into effect immediately. Because of that, amendments. So there's a political operative from a different political party that person started, who's chair of the bylaws committee. I don't think I need to do their job by giving them amendments. The platform committee has only been meeting since January. And, we got through our stuff. This committee's been meeting, I think, for over a year. I shouldn't have to be submitting amendments to them that are obvious. 2 weeks before convention. And how do I know whether or not those amendments were... Okay. The ones were 6-0. Why do I want to let the bylaws committee know my strategy for defeating it on the floor? If there's an amendment that I'll make, that I don't think in a million years, I don't think they're going to... No, this bylaws committee started its work early. Started its work a year and something ago. The platform committee started right on time per our bylaws. So, and can you believe I forgot what I was saying again? It's just that I'm super tired. Amendments, yeah. They've had plenty of time. I don't think in a million years on these terrible, the one that was the McCarthyite one. Those 6-0 ones. They considered these amendments. They liked this. With no votes. I told them I opposed it. And I told them why. But why should I tell them what my strategy is? I ain't going to do that. No, that's dumb. That's dumb. They've had more than a year and something to consider these. You don't need me to propose amendments. I'm not going to do your job. It's your job to propose good ones. These weren't good. Just for full disclosure, I usually hate the bylaws committee report, so this is nothing new. But this one's particularly bad. But it made me think of an amendment that someone could propose from the floor. With this whole issue of bylaws going into effect immediately, isn't that a great argument for the bylaws report to be last? I think it is. And I'm not even necessarily talking about this year. I'm just saying in general. It has nothing to do with this convention. Just in general. Isn't that a good argument for the convention standing rules? To put the bylaws report last because they go into effect immediately. And if there's any bylaw that the committee or someone on the convention floor thinks should be heard right away, they could always move to suspend the rules to take up bylaws proposal blah 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 now. But to prevent this gamesmanship, I firmly believe And I don't do much conventioneering myself, unless it's for an LNC election. But I successfully got the bylaws changed to close the loophole for the statement of principles, which I think is one of the most important things I did for this party. No, I'm not talking about amending the agenda, LAL. I'm talking about amending permanently. Well, as permanently as it can be. I'm not talking about something for just this convention, because this really isn't about necessarily just this convention. I'm talking about amending the convention standing rules, and they've already opened the door for it. This doesn't even have to be done from, well, if we wanted this report to be at the end, it would have to be done from the floor. But let's say we can't get it done from the floor. When they pull up that proposal to end the waterfall elections of at large, they've just put the standing, the convention order of business up for amendment. We can do it then. Now, it won't help for this convention, but this is just a big concern. I don't know why I didn't think of this before. Probably because we never had to think about these dirty games before. And I'm not saying these people or any of these were done or proposed for any nefarious purpose. But there have been things done this term for nefarious purposes, which makes us just have to think of things that way. The convention standing rules need to be permanently amended to put bylaws last. Any super important ones, they could suspend the rules. Okay, guys. Sorry, not sorry this took a long time. Bylaws are serious. Now let me give you a piece of advice. Since bylaws are so serious, unless you are absolutely sure you understand it and all of its potential consequences, vote no. Because bylaws can mess up a bad platform plank, Bylaws? The Oregon split was caused by a bad bylaw. I just want to say in general, my thing about the bylaws report being last, yeah, I'm concerned about this one. But my concern goes way beyond this. Just wanted to make that clear. I do not know why I didn't see this before. And Mike, I now have the same concern for Colorado. I feel like you've been in the party a lot longer than me. I've been in, since 2014? 8 years. I feel like the first 7 years, all of us, like we were living in, what was that movie with Jim Carrey? With a manufactured world where everything was perfect. You know what I'm talking about. They were all actors. But I feel like we were living in this bubble of a perfect world. I know it wasn't perfect. And we had our spats. But we never had to think about crap like this. The Truman Show, thank you. We always laughed and said that's what the Democrats and Republicans do. That's the way to put it, Mike. It was simpler then. Yeah, that's a better way to put it. I feel like I was a child. The innocence of a child. Like of a pampered child. Then all of a sudden, I'm orphaned and I'm like having to beg for food on the streets. Is this the Libertarian Party? Things have to change. People, just in general, and I know people are going to laugh at me at this. There are different levels of trauma. Just because some levels of trauma are worse than others doesn't mean the others aren't real trauma. I legitimately believe, and I know this will be all over social media, good thing I'm now back on my fast, that what's happened in the past year almost in this party has literally left some people with PTSD. And I'd be one of them. Some of the people in New Hampshire, Delaware, and Massachusetts wouldn't surprise me. Now, not comparing it to the things like what people who were, prisoners of war in Vietnam. No, there are levels of trauma. This isn't the trauma Olympics. But I really do think over the past year, this party has literally psychologically damaged people. And that is unsustainable. I used to joke, and now I realize how much I was really joking, because this past year, and I hope next year isn't going to be like hold my beer. I mean, people can't live like this some people live in abusive, whatever. It's just not sustainable in a voluntary thing. I used to joke that, hey, I'm in an abusive relationship with my political party. It's not a joke anymore. I think Wayne's coming down. He's either coming down or going up. The stairs, boom, boom, and I can't tell because this is the basement. So he could be going upstairs rather than coming down here. All right. This stream is going to end. Let me, you could look at how fucking tired I am. When I say I'm going to end, it means it's another hour, right? No, I'm joking. I can't make it that long. And I've got to go to the doctor very early tomorrow. Yep, hurt people. Thank you for those of you who stayed. Now I'm familiar with the report. I can talk to people. Most of them are a hell no. Was there one I supported? I think there was one I supported. But because most of them were so bad, if people want the Cliff Notes, just put no. And that McCarthyite one, is this the Libertarian Party? Is it really? My God. Well, I could tell you one thing. Well, no, I'm not going to say that. That would tempt people. I'll say it after convention. I don't want to give people any ideas. Yeah. Okay. I'm off for the night. There's my campaign thing. This is a good thing or a bad thing, what I'm going to say next, but you ain't getting this kind of content anywhere. So if you can, patreon.com/Pink Flame of Liberty. Need my cough syrup again. Pink Flame of Liberty. If you would like to support me in this because nobody else is masochistic enough to do this. And thank you to all the masochists in the audience who listen. You love the party. So do I. Let's go take this bitch back.
Given, that's how we live it. Don't be mad at the system, it's simply how we've existed. I hear a lot of people talking like they politicians and choose to be an accountant because it's safe in a business, not because they want to